Hello everyone and welcome to 2017 Valgjärve Open. We are here in the southern Estonia in this little place called Valgjärve, and you are here to witness the exciting moments of round 3, the final round in this year's competition. We will be following firstly the ladies or the Women's Pro Open final card, where we have Kristin Tatar, Anneli Tõuges, Kaidi Alsalu and Madli Vaht. And approximately at 12:45 Estonian time we will be joining the men's lead card for the final round, and we will be following them throughout the whole final round. My name is Anton Jenden, and I will be bringing you the commentary for this final round. Also, in today's men's final card, we will have 4 different nationalities. We have Jeremy Colling, the big germ from USA. He's in the lead with 16 under after 2 rounds. We have Thomas Rosenqvist from Sweden, currently in second place, and he has been playing also pretty well, minus 11 throughout 2 rounds. Third place is tied. We have Juho Parviainen from Finland, and we have Siim Isup from Estonia, both currently 8 under par. So that will be the final card for Men's Pro Open this year. And in a few minutes, probably in a few moments already, we will be following Women Pro Open lead card throughout probably 5-6 holes, as long as we have time. And here you can see the lead card for Women Pro Open. Kristin Tatar in the lead with 11 over par. Second place Anneli Tõuges with 16 over par. Kaidi Alsalu with 21 over par in third place, and Madli Vaht with 24 over par, currently tied for the 4th place. Baltic Open Valgjärve course, this very beautiful course, and a lot of you know, last year a storm was hitting this course and destroyed a big part of the course, but thanks to the disc golf community in Estonia, all the clubs and a lot of players jumped in to help rebuild the course, and today we are here once again at Valgjärve Open, and we have a beautiful course in front of us. Here we already saw a little glimpse of the first tee of the first hole, and the ladies' lead card has started. Hetkel teisel kohal mängija Iole Anneli Tõuges. You could say she's a local player, should know these courses, these holes pretty well. This first hole is a straight on.
Kolmandana kutsume Kiiale Kaidi Alsalu.
You have OB blind basket and on the right side, going along the car path or car road. And third up on the tee, Kaidi Alsalu, representing team latitude 64. Easy shot. On this first one, and drives just to take out the possibility of skipping OB on the right side. So, but yeah, just to prove me wrong, we have Madli Vaht, who is playing forehand, and she's well known by throwing a lot of side arms. Seems like still should be in good position, maybe to even run for the birdie. Should be taking the ball there. We'll now move on with the ladies, and you can see the information for the first hole, par 3, 85 meters. And a little bit information about the weather here. We have had some tricky weather here the first 2 days. There has been a lot of wind, which is pretty common when we talk about Valgjärve. So of course, we have gotten a couple rainy moments, but mainly it has been really dry out here. It seems to be something about this that when they have a little bit bigger competitions.
Negatiivne korvi taga ei tohi olla, kui viskan sama joone.
Wind and a couple moments of rain. Hopefully we will manage to go through these final rounds without big rainy moments, and these players could enjoy their last round and put up their best performance.
Ma olen kohal.
Now we have the ladies performing the second shots on the first hole. And here we have Kristin Tatar. And she makes that. So Kristin went to the last round with 5-stroke lead in front of Anneli. And Anneli is also 5 strokes in front of Kaidi Alsalu. So the gaps are pretty big, but this Valgjärve course has a lot of tricky holes and a lot of OBs. Also, the wind can be a big part of the competition. So let's see how they manage. Now we have hole number 2, par 3, 91 meters, and this is a island hole. So on the video you probably didn't see, they didn't have it marked down, but there is a safe zone in front of the tee pad, so you can play first shot a little bit shorter and then go for the island. In case you go OB on the first shot, you will have to go to the drop zone, which is pin high on the right. And as you see at the moment behind the ladies, the corner of this next lawn is safe zone, so you can play there, but usually everyone will be going for the island, which is which can be seen by the hay bales. So you have to throw over the hay bales. Even if you stay on the hay bales, you will be OB. So the safe zone starts behind the hay bales. So Kristin Tatar will go on for the as first, and she's going with the hyzer route, and that should be inside the island. Nice shot. Next up we have Anneli Tugas, and meanwhile I just checked that on the first hole all 4 ladies got pars, so no changes in the scorecard. Anneli with a long drive, and that should be also perfectly in the island. Next up, Kaidi Alsalu, also going with the hyzer route. Looks to be a little bit low. No. Saw it wrong from the screen, but should be also inside the island. And now Madli Vaht. Now Madli going with the backhand also. So the wind usually on this second hole is right to left, maybe even headwind, which makes it even tricky to for the men's players to get it on the island, because it usually might skip you out the pathway on the left. As you can see here, one of the girls has gone OB, and this is a common thing to happen on this hole, because the green, the safe zone, slopes a little bit down on the side of the walkway or the path. So you have to go with a, usually men's pro open players go with a overstable fairway or driver to land the disc sideways, so it won't skip anywhere far away. And we are now waiting for the photo or the picture from the green. Let's see who has gone OB. We have Modley in the drop zone. Little nice forehand flick, and that should be around 4.5 meters from the basket. Seems like all the other girls have made it to the safe. Kaidi Alsalu nicely inside the circle. And Kristin also, she was next to the hay bales, but now has a almost 10-meter putt for the birdie. And that is too low. Kristin will be taking par from this second hole. Let's see Kaidi Alsalu. And weak side spit out, and also probably par for Kaidi. Now we have Madli putting for OB4. And as you can see from the flag and from the from the trees. The wind is pretty strong, and same thing for Madli as it happened to Kaidi. Spit out from the weak side, and now we have Anneli putting in the right to left wind, and she takes the lone birdie from the second hole. And meanwhile, as an information, we have two ladies in, let's say, chase card, Maris Perendi and Virge Andre. They started their final round just before the lead card, so Maris Perendi is now 1 under par after 2 holes, and she has to move to the 4th place. So we have to keep an eye on that. Now we have hole number 3. The information is a little bit wrong, but we have hole number 3, and this is a long hole, par 4, should be around 250 meters. You have OB on the left and right, and later on behind the basket. This is probably the most picturesque hole, and this is also the hole where during all 3 rounds we have had a distance competition, or they have marked down the longest opening drives at the moment, or before today's round. Silverlight in men's division, or let's say in men's category, is in the lead with 169 meter opening drive, and in the ladies we have Kristin Tatar with 129 meter opening drive. So you have a lot of room, but you also have a lot of wind on this hole. This is a totally open fairway. Wind blows usually, again, right to left, but it may twist a little bit, so we'll see how these ladies will go for the opening drives today. We should have Anneli as the first to tee off, and let's check the scores. Should have the updates soon. And this opening drive goes across a road, so there might be a couple cars driving past. Anneli, that is a nice, a pretty safe opening drive. And next up, Kristin. And that looks like has gone a little bit too high. Let's see where it ends up on. Yeah, that is nicely in safe, but a little bit, probably didn't want it to go that high up, but she lands on the left side of the fairway. Now Kaidi Alsalu. Nice low drive, but seems like the wind is blowing pretty strong from this angle. Looks like it's nicely in safe. And now Madli. We should be seeing a lot of forehand drives from Madli, and also all the other ladies should use forehand once in a while, but Madli has a strong sidearm and she uses it a lot, and that is nicely in the middle of fairway. And now we have a little walk over to perform their second shot. So yeah, from second hole, Kristin, Kaidi took pars, Anneli with the lone birdie, and Madli with OB5. So Madli has dropped a couple spots and now in the 6th, but Kristin still in the lead, now by 4 strokes. Anneli in the 2nd, Kaidi Alsalu 3rd, and Maris Perendi has climbed up 1 spot to take the 4th place, and she is playing one group ahead of this ladies lead card. So yeah, at the moment the weather is nice. We have a sunny day, and hopefully that will stay until the end of the competition. So looks like Kristin, no, it is Anneli who is taking the first shot, and you have still about 150 meters to go to the pin, and the pin is located behind this little hump down. So also the approaches will be a little bit tricky because the basket slopes down, and that gives the wind a little bit more room to work with the disc, and we have seen a lot of skips to the OB. Hopefully that won't happen today. And Kristin with a banging drive for a second shot, and that is nicely in the fairway. Let's see. We have next, yes, we have Modley with another sidearm. And she has cleared the 100-meter sign. So they have marked down 100 meter, 125 meter and 150 meter positions, which is pretty unusual in Estonia, but they have these during couple tournaments or competitions, which gives you a little hint how much you have still to go to the pin. And here we saw Kaidi Alsalu with her second shot. And yeah, this third hole is on a private land, so big thanks to the neighbors for letting us play disc golf on their land. And after this hole we will be moving back over the road and heading into the woods. But let's see how these ladies end up playing this hole number 3. Let's see what happened on the card before. And yes, Virke Andre and Maris Perendi both have taken 5s from this hole. So we'll see if the lead card could end up taking better or worse results from this hole. This is a long hole, and this is pretty tricky, even for the men's Pro Open players. You have a lot of wind, and the fairway is wide, but still the wind and very nicely cut it or mowed the lawn makes the skips go a bit far sometimes, but it seems like Anneli's shot that was already third one might have stayed in the safe. We'll see that in a moment as we walk towards the next shots. And we have Kaidi Alsalu in her next shot. Nice low shot, and that should be around the basket from this angle. So yeah, this is the part of this hole where the fairway starts to slope down towards the bin, and it might be a tricky one for some players. That should have been Mudley. Yes, that is correct. Mudley left it a little bit wide, and could still go for the putt from there. Now Kristin. Yeah, and as you saw, the wind is pretty strong. Kristin was going with a putter forehand, but looks like she's rethinking her. I think she has putter and a mid-range. Sticks with the putter. And that is a nice roll under the basket. Looks like she made the right decision with that disc. And on this hole you would like to end up next to the pin because the wind is pretty strong, and it ain't easy to go for a putt if you're far away as it is with a wind. Now Mudley putting, and she has a tailwind. Looks like a little bit too high, and also went left from the pin. Anneli in should be 9 meters. Taking her time in this strong wind. And once again spit out. Yeah, as you can see, it ain't easy. Kristin should be around 4 meters. And nice putt. Valgjärve also finishing the hole. Mudley once again missing the putt. So that is it for the hole number 3. We'll be waiting for the updates on the scorecard, and we'll see. Yeah, so meanwhile we'll see hole number 4, par 3. Should be a little bit more than 79 meters, but you have double mandatory, these 2 big trees. Then the hole goes a little bit upwards, and you have this tricky basket next to a like on a corner of a hole. So if you leave it a little bit short, you have a death putt to make. Some players go long on this hole with their approach, just to be putting upwards. Whatever suits the players more, but yeah, this 4th hole after the drive goes into the woods, so we'll be having a little less wind affecting the shots. But yeah, this course goes in and out the woods. You have a couple holes where the wind will be affecting pretty strongly, but we have also a lot of holes which are situated inside that wooded area, as you can see now behind these ladies. And yeah, this is the score after 2 holes. We are oh, actually, yeah, the Model should be having +2 there, but we are waiting for the updates on the scorecard after this long par 4 hole number 3, and then we will be moving on with the hole number 4. And as an information for the spectators that are waiting for Men's Pro Open lead card to start, that pool will be going on the course in 35 minutes. So who are waiting for that card will be heading back to the first tee, as they will be starting. And here we have Kristin taking her drive on hole number 4. And yeah, next up we should be having, looks like Valgjärve. Yes, that is correct. And we have got the results from hole number 3. Kristin and Kaidi with par 4s, and Anneli taking bogey and a double bogey for Madli. Looks like the wind is pressing the discs down. As you can see from the flag, the wind is pretty strong, and it looks, as we saw during the first 2 days, it probably won't be easing down. Madli looks like got through the Mando and is safe. And we are now moving along with the ladies. We still have half an hour to go until the men's lead card will be starting. So we are able to follow these ladies for a couple more holes. And next up we have Anneli, left it a little bit short before the Mandos, but should be making it easily. But yeah, on this hole you have OB on the right side, and also on the left side, but the right side is affecting the players a little bit more than the right side, because it's a little bit closer, and you have next tee pad behind a fence there, so and the basket is located now behind the mandatory, a little bit on the left side. And we have Kristin Tatar, our leader in the Women's Pro Open at the moment. She is having a little bit tricky position for her next shot. Still clear of the Mando, hasn't missed it yet. We have now Modley, and she has got a pretty good distance on her first shot. Couple trees in her way, but should be making with a nice approach, getting under the basket. Let's see if Modley is going with a shorter one, or if she wants to lay the approach under the basket or in the hole, so she'll be putting upwards. We'll see that in a moment. Also Kaidi with a pretty nice distance with the first shot. Going with that nice sidearm approach. And that went in. Looks like from the emotions. Forehand approach ending up in the chains. Kaidi Alsalo taking a long birdie from here. That was a nice one. She couldn't believe it also. And now Anneli, she got stuck in between the trees, also getting out there with a sidearm, and we'll see. We have yeah, Kaidi running to the basket to get her disc. That was a nice birdie, a good little boost for the next couple of holes probably. Always brings a big smile on the players' faces when you make that nice of a approach. And yeah, now you can see the location of the pin. Doesn't look like a big hole, but if you're behind the basket, you're putting heavily upwards. So a lot of players want to stay here where Modley, Anneli and Kristin have ended up with their approaches. And now Modley gets the putt, and that should be a par for her. Kristin also putting in the putt, and Anneli leaving a little bit too high. Don't know if that was lack of concentration or what was the problem, but that should be a 4 for Anneli. Or maybe even, yeah, that should be 4. So now we are moving on to hole number 5, par 3, 86 meters, and the basket is behind this bush. You will see in a moment, sloping down 7 meters height differential, and this is also a tricky one. Usually players will go with a forehand flex shots for righty players, but we have also seen backhand safe drives. You can see the OB is behind the basket, both the pathway and those white sticks. So the basket is located in the corner of the safe zone. You have a couple meters to go from there. So a lot of players will go with a safe one to put the disc next to the bush and then approach under the basket. Because if you attack this basket, you can go easily OB, and then you have to move to the drop zone. Also looks like a putter backhand, a little bit high, and yes, that is OB. That is already the next fairway, and this is also the hole where we have had a CTP contest throughout the 3 rounds, and already during the first day, Raimo Gimmel from Masters Division put his opening drive 18 centimeters from the pin. So that result has stuck ever since, and nobody has gotten closer. And looks like a nice drive from Kristin. Now we have Anneli. Another flex forehand coming nicely to the basket, and that stays. That stays nicely there. So we have 2 opening drives inside the circle, almost inside the bullseye, and while the ladies are walking down to take the next shots, let's see the scores from hole number 4. Kristin took a bogey, first bogey for the round. Kaidi Alsalu, as we saw, with a nice birdie approach, and Modley took a par, and Anneli, unfortunate double bogey. So the scores after 4 holes: Kristin Tatar in 6-stroke lead in front of Anneli. Now Kaidi is only 2 strokes behind Anneli. So the fight for the second place has already started, and we might see fireworks there. But still, 6 shots in front of Anneli and 8 in front of Kaidi. Kristin has to play her best round, or give out her best not to drop. And Modley still in the 6th spot, with Maris and Virga taking over 4th and 5th. They have already played 2 holes more. Now we see Modley with her second shot. Kaidi was the only one to go OB on this hole. Modley taking the safe one, putting the disc under the basket. Wind is pretty strong, and this is birdie putt for Kristin. And a nice putt in this wind. First birdie for the round for Kristin. Nice thanks to the gallery. Kaidi taking OB4. Now we have Anneli with her birdie putt and sinks it. And Modley with another par. Now we're moving on to hole number 6. So hole number 6, par 3, 102 meters and 4 meters upwards. So this hole again going a little bit higher, and let's see if my results for the last hole were correct. And here we had Kristin with her opening drive. So let's see, yeah, we have Kristin and Anneli taking birdies from hole number 5. And this hole, yeah, goes with 4 meter height differential and 102 meters. You have OB left and right, and that should be nicely in the safe. So from last hole, par for Mudley. That one should be in safe, and Kaidi with OB4 from the last hole, teeing off last one in this group. And that is should be around the same place as Mudley with the last shot. So yes, those are perfectly in safe. So this hole is par 3. And we will see next shots in a moment. On the scorecard, yes, Kristin 11 over. Anneli in second place with 17 over. Kaidi Alsalo now 4 down of Anneli with 21 over. Fourth place, Maris Perendi, 26 over. Virga Andre, 5th place, 27 over. And Madivat, 6th place with 28 over. So the standings from 4th to 6th are pretty even. And now we have Anneli with her second shot. Should be having like 30-meter approach. Couldn't see if that was inside the circle or just outside. Also sidearm approach from about 30 meters. And that's nicely in bullseye. Should be easy par. Kristin also laying it up under the basket. And now we have Kaidi with the furthest drive. And Kaidi also laying it up. And this should be the last hole. We will be following the ladies' lead card. The crew will be setting everything up for the men's lead card that will go on the course in 15 minutes. So we have a little more time, a little break until the men's lead card will go on for their last round. But we will still keep an eye on the ladies' lead card once in a while. And now from this 6th hole we should be having 3 pars and 1 bogey. That will be Anneli taking the bogey, all the other girls taking pars, and that is it for now for the ladies card, and we will be back in a moment with the commentary when we will start with the men's Pro Open lead card.
Minu jaoks on see puhas rõõm.
Minu jaoks on see jalutuskäik metsas.
Minu jaoks on see trenn.
Minu jaoks on aeg sõpradega.
Minu jaoks on see tee.
Hello everyone, and we are back at the Valgjärve Open 2017, and we will be joining Men's Pro Open lead card in few minutes. My name is Antoni Enden, and here you can see the 4 players we are going to follow throughout the final round. And we have Jeremy Colling, Big Germ, in the lead after 2 rounds with 16 under par. Second place from Sweden, Thomas Rosenqvist with 11 under par, and tied for the 3rd place, Juho Parviainen from Finland and Siim Isop from Estonia. So we have 4 nationalities in the lead card. What could be better for this final round? The chase card has already gone on the round. They have played first hole and should be on the second hole, and we will be starting in approximately 2 minutes with the lead card. In the chase card we have Albert Tamm from Estonia, Christian Solodov and Markus Dvinjaninov also from Estonia, and we have Mikael Hakala from Finland. They have already moved on to the second hole, and we will be keeping an eye on their scores as we move on with the lead card. Earlier today, or a little bit earlier, we were following the ladies' lead card, Women Pro Open, and just to check the scores at the moment, Kristin Tatar still in the lead with 11 over and playing part for the final round at the moment. And these are the results after 8 holes. Anneli Tõuges in second place, 2 over for today's round and 18 over for in total. She is behind Kristin 7 strokes. Kaidi Alsalu in third, playing par for the round and 21 over in total. So she is 10 behind Kristin and 3 behind Anneli. And Madli Vahte, after a couple pars and a birdie, has moved up back to the 4th place with 3 over for the round and 27 over in total. And at the moment you can see the live warm-up next to the first tee pad. You have Big Germ and Thomas Rosenqvist playing footbag. That is also a way to warm up. These guys have been here for most of the morning. And now Siim Isop also joining in the footbag battle. A little bit about the weather and the course. The course starts in this wooded part of the park, and we will then move on for 2 holes in more open area, and then we will be moving back to the wooded area. And now we will be starting with the live footage from the first tee pad. Men's Pro Open lead card. And first up on the tee, Big Germ, Jeremy Colling, in 5-stroke lead after 2 days. And Germ is one of the few players that will go sidearm on this first hole. This is a 86-meter par 3 OB behind the basket, and on the right side the car path. So a lot of players will go backhand just to take away the risk of skipping OB on the right side. And next up on the tee, Thomas Rosenqvist from Sweden, representing Team Pro Discus. He's going with a power side backhand, and that is a bit... No, that is okay. That's in 4 meters and should be an easy birdie to start off the final round. And next up, we should be having, yes, that is the Finnish big guy, Juho Parviainen. Started this year as the highest rated Finnish disc golfer. Has now dropped a little bit, had some issues with health and with the technique, but he's trying to get it back, and that should be around 5 meters. And last but not least, in this lead card, the only Estonian player to make it into the final card, the lead card, Siim Isup. He's playing for Prodigy. Nice soft backhand. Couldn't see if it stayed in bounds. We will move on with the lead card and keep an eye on the chase card also. And we have just got fresh scores from hole number 2 for the chase card. Albert Tam with a birdie, also Christian Solodo with a birdie, Markus Tyynianinov and Mikael Hakala with pars from second hole, and we'll keep an eye on them. At the moment, Albert has taken the 3rd place after 2 holes, with the lead card on their way to the first basket. Jerm got stuck in these little trees. He'll be having an approach to the basket. And as you can see, the wind is pretty strong here, and as we move on to the 2nd and 3rd hole that are in a little bit more open area, there will be a lot more wind in the game. I'd say there's it's about 50-50 for these 18 holes where the wind will affect you. But these guys have played 2 rounds already, almost in the same conditions, so shouldn't be a problem. Wind doesn't change the direction that much. It's usually the same on each hole. It might spin a little bit, but these guys are pros, and they should be okay with that. So Jerm had a nice approach. He'll be taking par from there. Now we will see if the other 3 guys will be taking birdies. First up, Juho Parviainen. About 5 meters. And he takes the birdie from the first hole. Nice way to start the round. Next up, Thomas Rosenqvist. And he is not happy with that. Weak side spit out. That was an easy stroke to gain on Jerm, but both will be taking pars. And look like Siim and Juho will be taking birdies from the first hole. So we'll be moving on to the 2nd hole. Par 3, 90 meters. You have a safe zone almost next to the tee pad, and this is the island hole, which is guarded by these hay bales, so you have to get over the hay bales and OB behind the basket on left and right, this pathway. So you have to get it inside or play it safe. If you miss the first shot, you'll be going to the drop zone.
valmis.
So first on the second tee, Juho Parviainen taking the birdie from the first hole. Going with the backhand. And on this hole, yeah, as you can see, the wind is affecting the shots a lot. And that is short. So Juho will be going to the drop zone. Next up, Steve Misup. He will be going backhand also. But the problem with backhand is that the wind is usually taking the disc right to left. You will have to go quite big hyzer to avoid the skip and stay in bounds. And Siem is also OB 90 meters with the island, and it is not easy. We have seen Jerm throw sidearm on this hole, and he will be going sidearm this round also against the wind. Yesterday he went a little bit too far away, got stuck behind the tree, wasn't able to putt for birdie. But today he's in the circle, about 4 or 5 meters to go. But still, there's a strong wind affecting the putt also. Let's see what Thomas goes for. He's going for the backhand. Let's see where it lands. And that is low also, low and short. So we have 3 guys out of 4 going to the drop zone. And we will be moving on with the lead card. And here you can see the scores for this round after 1 hole. Jerm and Thomas taking pars, and Juho and Siem with birdies from first hole. So first and second place still Jeremy and Thomas. Albert Tam from Estonia now tied with Siem for the third place, and also with Juho. They're all 9 under for in total. Albert is in the chase card, so he will be having a couple more holes played all the time. And now we'll see Juho from drop zone, and he makes it on the green, but still has a, I think, 7-meter putt from there. 6-7 meters to go. Siem is up, thinking about the sidearm approach. Still going with the backhand. Jump putt. It's not that far away. It's like 20-25 meters from there. And he makes it over the hay bales. And next to Juho's. Now Thomas. Looks like a little bit better approach. He was going for it. He's over basket, but still 4.5-5 meters to go. But it won't be easy in this wind. From this angle, it's right to left wind. For Thomas, it's left to right. So in this open area, the wind is pretty strong and might be affecting the shots. But let's see. We'll be going first. Looks like Juho. No, it is Siem. He'll be taking the putt first for OB4. And left it a little bit on the left, spit out, and still 4 meters to go. Now Juho also putting for OB4. And Juho makes it. So bogey for Juho, and he will be par after 2 holes. Now we have Big Germ, the only one making it on the island with his usual routine, and sinks the putt. Germ moves 1 under for the round. And now Thomas also with the bogey. And Seam putting for double bogey. That goes in. So that is it for the tricky second hole, and we'll be moving on to the third hole, which should be the longest one. Par 4, 279 meters, and this is the hole. We have distance competition also going on throughout 3 rounds. After first rounds, 2 days, Silver Light from Estonia is in the lead in men's category with a 169 meter opening drive. And as I told earlier during the broadcast, Kristin Tatar in ladies division with 129 meter opening drive. So the furthest opening drives will be rewarded after the tournament. Meanwhile, as the players are putting in the scores, let's see if we have any information from ladies league card. Not yet, still scores after 8 holes, so we will be checking them also. Meanwhile, while we are following the men's lead card. The lead card is waiting for the chase card to end the third hole, and here you can see the overall standings. At the moment, Jeremy Colling 17 under after 2 rounds and 2 holes for the today's round. Thomas Rosenqvist with 10 under, Juha Parviainen with 8 under, and Siim Isup 7 under after taking that unfortunate double bogey from second hole. And this means that in the overall standings, Albert Tam is still holding the 3rd place, and Christian Solodov also on the chase card is tied for the 4th place with Juha Parviainen with 8 under. And seems like the chase card is going to end the hole in a moment. They will have to walk back the same way they came to get to the 4th tee pad. As you can see, the wind is pretty strong, and you have open field, 270 279 meters. Yes, that is correct. 279 meters with a height differential of 5 meters downwards from tee pad to the pin. OB goes straight from the left side and follows the little wooded area and a creek, and on the right side it makes a little twist inwards, so goes a little bit closer to the fairway and then widens up at the end. But on this hole, although the wind is pretty strong, these players will go for the banging opening drives to get the distance, and then usually it's about 100-120 meter approach. And if you could follow these two shots, you will be taking an easy birdie, but we'll see how they will manage today. Meanwhile, we have got the scores for the ladies' lead card from holes 9 and 10. After that, Kristin Tatar still in the lead by 6 strokes. Anneli Teukas in second place. Kaidi Alsalu 11 strokes behind Kristin and 5 strokes behind Anneli in third place. And now we have Big Germ with a big opening drive. Let's see where it ends up. Goes OB and doesn't come back. And he went OB pretty early, so he'll be taking his third shot from the right side of the fairway. Next up, Juho Parviainen. And yeah, on this tee pad you will have to wait for the cars to pass by. Fortunately, there's not a lot of cars driving, but yeah, Juho going with a hyzer shot. Let's see where he ends up. And it seems like he's nicely in the fairway. Good place to be for his second shot. Next up, Thomas Rosenqvist. And looks like we have headwind today. So probably all the guys throwing their most overstable disc, and oh my god. Thomas with a huge opening drive. That is a good place to be. And now Siim is up. Siim also does have a big backhand. He can get the distance. Let's see how he will manage to get today. Going with the hyzer. And that is also a great distance. So Big Germ only want to end up in the OB after the opening drive on this third hole. And I think we will be having Germ to take the first to take the next shot. And that will be his third one after going OB with his opening drive. And he has, I think, around 170 meters to go there, maybe even more. They have marked down the distances from tee pad and also to the pin in the middle of the fairway. Hopefully we'll see them. Yeah, that should be 100-meter mark around there. So Jerm went OB pretty early, and he has a long way to go still. Waiting for the confirmation that the fairway is free. And here he goes with a low sidearm. And what a distance. That's a nice one. A little roll. And drop safely. Next up, Juha with his second shot. And he's going with a backhand hyzer. Wide. And he ended up, I think, next to the pond. Or maybe inside. Taking that wide route. So this, in this wind, this isn't a easy hole. Even to birdie. And usually the wind is right to left. Also, the grass is cut nicely, so you will get a big skip later on. The basket is a little bit lower than the most of the fairway. It slopes down a little bit. As I told earlier, height difference is 5 meters from tee pad. Simi's also going with the backhand. Let's see if he can stay in bounds. And he's going long. But stays clear. That is okay place to be. A little bit far away from the pin. But still, if you stay in bounds on this hole, you're in a good position. Now Thomas also going with a backhand wide route. Yeah, he's taking it really wide, using the wind to his advantage. Also a little bit wide where the disc landed, but staying safe. Should be okay. Nice approach and take the par. Now Juha, after going OB with his second shot. And Juha likes to throw those mid-ranges. That was a nice straight one. Leaving it a little bit too short, but still keeping it safe. And now we'll have all the players approaching to the basket. This looks like a around 30-meter approach for Jeremy. Maybe a little bit more. He's past the 50-meter mark. And that's a nice approach. Should be next to the basket, and he should be putting for bogey after going OB with his opening drive. Now Thomas. That was Thomas's approach, also next to the basket. And now Juho, a little bit far away to go for it, and you can see the wind is strong, so don't believe he's going for that. We'll see. Yep, laying it up next to the basket. And now Simi's up after going a little bit far away with his, I think it was his second shot. And hits the roof of the basket, but stays in 4 meters. And should be putting 4-4. That is par on this hole. And he's furthest one, so he will be taking his next shot. Yeah, as you can see from the flag on the basket, the wind calmed down a little bit. Jerem putting in his OB5, I believe. And now Thomas and Juho also ending this hole. And let's check the scores from Chase Card. Only Mikael Hagala from Finland getting away with par from this hole number 3. And all the other players, Albert Tam, Christian Solodov and Markus Tuinaninov with OB6. So double bogeys for 3 Estonian guys in the Chase Card. But we will move on to the hole number 4 with the lead card, par 3, 118 meters. You have double mandatory to clear these 2 big trees, and then the basket slopes upwards on this little hill or a bump. But the basket location is a little bit tricky. On the edge of a little hole, if you go far, you will be below the basket, putting upwards. Otherwise, you will be putting from the same level as basket, but if you miss, you will be dropping down and might even be far away. But we will be moving on with the lead card to the tee box number 4. And we will be waiting for the lead card to enter the scores. And if you want to follow the live scoring, you can go and do that on the website discgolfmetrics.com. Go and see the competitions link on the upper bar, and you will find Valgjärve Open 2017 competition from there, so you can follow the live scores and you will see also the other scores from Chase Card and all the other groups that are on the field. And first off, on the tee pad, Thomas Rosenqvist after taking par on the last hole. And that looks like a nice drive. Clears the Mando, hitting a tree, but that should be okay. Position for second shot. Next up, Simisop also with a par from the last hole. Seam leaving it a little bit low, but gets the skip. Not happy with that. But that is on the slope and on the fairway. Next up, Jeremy Colling, OB5 from hole number 3. So he's now par for this round. Going with the right side line. Looks like he stayed safe. Yeah, also getting the kick, and he's on the green. That is a green hit. So yeah, after these mandatory trees, you have OB running on the right side, a little bit closer than on the left side. So you don't want to flex it too much. And Juho looks like left it a little bit low, hitting the mandatory tree, but still looks like he's in the middle, in between those two trees, and hasn't missed a Mando. So the first one to take the second shot should be Juho, and here you can see the scores. Overall scoring after three holes in the lead card: Jeremy Colling 16 under, Thomas Rosenqvist in the second with 10 under, Simisop should be 7 under, and Juho Parviainen with 6 under, tied for the fourth. And now Juho with his second shot, almost in between those mandatory trees. Let's see where he ends up. That is around 4.5, 5 meters from the basket. And since we have now moved into the wooded area, there should be a little bit less wind affecting those putts, so they can go and attack the basket a little bit further away. Next up, Simisop. He has put on a jacket. Looks like the wind is pretty, a little bit breezy there. And he lays it up. Almost on the bullseye circle. Now Thomas. And he makes that putt. You can see from that emotion, that is a nice putt. And as I told, not that much of wind in that wooded area, and you can go for a long putt. I'm pretty sure we will see that same from Jerm. And Jerm also making the putt. So 2 birdies from this fourth hole for Jerm and Thomas. And now Juho going for par. and stays in. And also seam almost on the 3-meter line. And makes the putt. Meanwhile, let's check the ladies' lead card. Oh, we will see the fifth hole. Before that, par 3, 86 meters. And that is, you are throwing down from a small slope. Basket is 7 meters below the tee pad. You have OB behind the basket on the left, and also the pathway on the right. So if you go OB with the first shot, you will be going to the drop zone. Otherwise, after that first drive, it is a normal OB rule. So yeah, let's check quickly ladies scores. Kristin Tatar still in the lead by 6. Anneli Teugas in second place. Kaidi Alsalu now 7 shots or strokes behind Anneli, and 13 strokes behind Kristin in third place. And fourth place, Madli Vaht and Virge Andre tied with 30 over. And we have the scores from men's lead card from hole number 4. Germ and Thomas taking the nice birdies, Seam and Juho with the pars. So that means Germ in the lead by 6 strokes in front of Thomas. Then third place, Seam is up 4 strokes behind Thomas and 10 strokes behind Jeremy. And fourth place, 2 Finnish guys, Mikael Hakala and Juho Parviainen, with 6 under in total. And here you can see the overall standings or the scores for lead card. So as I told, Jeremy 17 under, Thomas 11 under, Juho with 6 under, and Seam 7 under par.
Minu jaoks on see puhas rõõm.
Minu jaoks on see jalutuskäik metsas.
Minu jaoks on see trenn.
Minu jaoks on aeg sõpradega.
Minu jaoks on see tee.
And we are back. Still waiting for the chase card to clear the hole number 5 for the lead card. guys are joking around on the tee pad. And every time you have Big Germ in the group, you know you're gonna have a lot of fun during the round. So as you have seen during this final round, the wind is pretty strong here, and last year there was a big storm that destroyed a big part of this course. So thanks to the Estonian disc golf community, clubs and players stepped in to help rebuild this course, and that happened last year, a little bit before the Valgjärve Open 2016. The guys who are maintaining the course did a great job to rebuild the course, and they were able to hold the competition or the tournament last year also. This year they have made a couple changes in the course compared to the last year. But yeah, big thumbs up to the guys from Valgjärve who have built this course and kept it alive even after that horrific storm last year. And here you can already see the shots from hole number 5. It's almost all the guys, a lot of players go with a sidearm flex shot, and here you saw Simisov going OB, and he has to go to the drop zone now. And let's see, Juha's drive also going with the sidearm. Looks like a high route. Let's see, and he stayed in the woods, so he's safe. But that ain't the best place to be with your first drive. Hopefully, he will still be able to pitch it out and go for the par. And Simisov, the only one who has to go to the drop zone after going OB with his opening drive. And players are looking for Juha's first shot. Fortunately, on this Valgjärve course, there is not a lot of places where you can lose your discs. Couple holes that are near to water. We'll be seeing those in a few moments when we proceed to the hole number 9, which goes alongside the lake. But haven't seen a lot of shots going into the water during these 3 rounds. Looks like Juha didn't make it out. And also Thomas, is he also inside that bush? Nope, still Juha. That is a bad place to be with the opening drive. There's not a lot of windows to get it out. And now, but then Anheuser clipping those branches of that bush, and yeah, we can see Thomas is also there. So let's see how he's going to manage that position. Thinking about the sidearm. Thomas gets it out and stays in bounds. Should be putting for 3. And after going OB with the first drive, Simizup has to go to the drop zone, and this is a tricky one because the distance from the drop zone to the pin isn't that long, but you have, looks like headwind or left to right wind, and OB behind the basket is around 3-4 meters, maybe even 5. So if you miss the basket, you'll be OB again. Now Juho, and that is unfortunate. After taking 2 shots in the woods, he goes OB again. Simizup playing it wisely under the basket and settling with the bogey. And we have next, we have Thomas putting for par. And leaving it too low. So looks like the wind is affecting these guys. Not the easiest conditions. Although it's not raining, you have the sun, but the wind is a problem. Jerm with the nice birdie, and Juho should be taking OB6, if I counted it correct. Thomas with a bogey also, and here we can see already hole number 6, par 3. 102 meters. Now we're going upwards again. And the basket is located under those trees. You have a couple meters safe until the long OB, and also the fairway has OB on the left and right side to keep the last hole safe. Until we're waiting for the men's lead card to tee off on hole number 6. Let's check the ladies' scores. Kristi Tatar still in the lead. Anneli Tõuge second. Kaidi Alsalu third, and Virga Andre in 4th place. But the differences there are pretty big, and they have Virga Andre has 2 holes to go. The lead card has 4 holes to go. And let's move on with the men's lead card. Jerm putting it nicely inside the bullseye, but rolls out, so he'll be putting for 2 around 3 meters. Next up we have Thomas. Nice low drive. Gets that skip. Stays in around 5-6 meters. Still a nice drive since you're driving uphill. Now Simizup also with a bogey from the last hole. And he's going with the high one. Nice. Nice kick from a tree. Almost went out of bounds. That stays in. Rolls on to like 5 meters. Should be also putting for birdie. And now Juha. Looks like he might have gotten a touch from some branches or a tree, but stays in bounds. And we'll check the men's scores. After lead card has played 5 holes, Jerm in the lead by 8 strokes in front of Thomas. And from the chase card, Mikael Hakala from Finland has climbed up on the 3rd position. He's now 3 strokes behind Thomas. And Simi's up on the 4th place with 6 under in total. And from the 3rd card, Silverlet also playing a nice round after 8 holes, 5 under in total, and he has climbed to the 5th position. Juha Parviainen has dropped to 9th position after taking that triple bogey on the last hole. And he's now first one to approach on the lead card on this hole number 6. Let's see. Nicely next to the basket. Next up we have Thomas from around 5-6 meters. And he sinks that putt, taking a birdie again. That is his 2nd birdie for the round. And see him also with the birdie, and let's see if Jerv can make it 3 in a row. With his usual routine, steps behind the marker and sinks it. So Jeremy Colling now 3 birdies in a row, and he's in pretty safe lead with 8 strokes in front of Thomas. So 3 birdies and 1 par from hole number 6 for the lead card. And we are moving on with hole number 7, par 4, 201 meters. Basically, you will have to get a nice big drive from the tee box. That should be around 150 meters, I think, until this corner. So the good spot is right around here next to these 3 trees. After that you will have a nice view to the basket if you leave it a little bit safe, or on the left side you will have the tee box of 18th hole in front of you, and it is pretty hard to approach the basket from there. And first up, Big Germ. And we know that he has that power drive. Another bomb. But looks like he stays on the left side. Might even be OB. And that is not a good place. Probably not the place he wanted to be. As you can tell from his face, he's not happy with that. Let's see what Thomas comes up with. It looks like that is going in hyzer also. Will he get the white flag? No, he is OB. And he is also on the left side OB, so that is a bad place to be. if you go OB on the right side, you will still have a look for the basket and a possibility to save the par. But from the left side, it is pretty hard because there is a mandatory tree on the corner of 18th hole, 18th tee box to keep the players safe. Siem is up with a big shot, but looks like he stayed. Was it OB? We'll see that later. Didn't see the flag. And now Juho Parviainen, currently in 9th place, tied with Indrek Köiv for that. He goes also with a hyzer route. Stays in bounds. That is okay. But you really want to be on the right side of this fairway just to have that view on the basket for a easy approach. From the left side, it's pretty hard. And here you can see the overall scores after 6 holes for the lead card. Jeremy Colling, 19 under in first place. Thomas Rosenqvist with 11 under. He's currently in second place. Siem is up with 7 under, and he is currently at 4th place. And Juho Parviainen with 3 under in total, currently in 9th place. So for a while, Siem is up was tied for the 3rd place, but Mikael Hagala on the chase card is playing very well. 2 under for the round and 8 under in total. And he is now holding a 3rd place. Looks like Siem is up is looking for that route where he went OB. That is a sign he probably stayed OB with his drive. But he went OB on the right side, so he still has a pretty good look for the basket, probably going for that OB4. Thomas Rosenqvist an OB from the left side, and through those bushes and trees you see that fence. That is the fence to keep the 18th tee box safe, and on the corner of that you have the mandatory you have to clear, so that is not the best place to be. And looks like we have Juho Parviainen taking first, going first for his second shot. No, it is Siem. Siem is up going first. That is a nice one. Left it a little bit on the right side, but should be almost pin high. And maybe even has that view for OB4. And looks like Juho is going with that forehand roller to clear that corner. That is correct. Let's see where he ends up. That is looking nice. If it stays, that should be inside the circle. That is a nice forehand roller. And he should be in a position to go for a birdie. Let's see what Thomas comes up with from that pretty tough angle after going OB with the opening drive. He's going with a forehand and hyzer shot. Let's see where it ends up. Looks like he got a branch. And now they are looking for if Jeremy's OB. Looks like he's on the line. you can see, that is not a good place to be. Jerem is looking for that window where to approach. Looks like he might be going with a forehand roller also. Let's see where Jerem ended up with his second shot probably. Looks like it was good. Fist bumps with the caddy. And I think Thomas is the next one to take the shot. Looks like he hit the tree or branch. He's a little bit further away from the basket, but might still be going for that. I think it's OB4. Juho Parvinen going for birdie. And hitting the roof of the basket. And he should be having like 4 or 5 meters still to go. And now Siim is up. After going OB, putting for par. Should be outside the circle. Leaving it a little bit low. Gets an unlucky roll. Now big Jerem. Unfortunately, we don't know yet if he was OB with his opening drive. That was a close one. Might be going for birdie or OB4. And he makes that putt. That is a nice one. And we'll figure out in a moment if that was his 4th birdie in a row or was he taking OB4 there. We'll see that in a moment. Now Juho. Putting for par. And sinks it. So Juho Parvinen now after that triple bogey on hole number 5 has taken 2 pars and hopefully will get a good emotion from that. A nice putt from Siim is up. After that unfortunate first drive, he will be taking OB5 from there. And Thomas Rosenqvist clearly not happy with that hole. But we still have 11 more holes to go. A lot of room for improvement. But on the chase card, Mikael Hakala, after taking pars on first 5 holes, has now birdied 3 holes in a row, and he's playing strong round. 3 under for that round, for today's round, and 9 under in total. So he has climbed up all the way from chase card to take the 3rd position. And here you can see the hole number 8 for the lead card, par 3, 76 meters. This is one of the shortest ones, and mainly you will see sidearm drives from here, and the basket is on that hay bale, so a little bit higher than usual. And we will have Big Germ going first on hole number 8, as we are still waiting for the live scoring to update the scores from hole number 7. And then we'll see if there was any changes in the standings. Looked like a nice drive from Germ. And now Juho Parviainen. He's going with a backhand. You do have that window, but it's much smaller than the forehand line for this hole. And he got the clap, so looked like it was a nice one. Next up, Thomas. Also going with a sidearm. He's keeping it low. Unfortunate kick from the tree. And now Siimisup. He's going with the wide angle, going a little bit further away. Should be still in the range of for a birdie putt. And as we are moving on to the basket number 8, we will check the overall scoring or the scores for the lead group in just a moment as we get them. Yes, we get them on the screen. So Germ, 4th birdie in a row. He has now taken a 10-stroke lead in front of Thomas Rosenqvist, who got bogey on the last hole. Siimisup with 6 under after another unfortunate bogey, and Juho Parviainen 3 under after taking par on the last hole. Thomas Rosenqvist went a little bit too high on that approach. He went for that, and he was outside the circle. And next up, Siimisup, who went a little far with his opening drive, but looks like nothing is on his way, and he should have a clear view. And that is a nice outside circle putt. Nice fist Fist pump from Jeremy. He liked that putt. So Siim is up. Getting another birdie after that last hole's bogey. And Jerm missing that easy putt inside the circle. That would have been 5th birdie in a row. Clearly not happy. Leaving it on the weak side of the basket and chaining out. Now Thomas with his 3rd shot, and he takes the par. So after that unfortunate putt by Jerm, Thomas still not losing another stroke. So now we are moving to hole number 9. Last one of the front 9. Par 4, 197 meters. This is usually 2 different holes put in the normal layout of Valgjärve, but for this Valgjärve Open, they put them together and make it a par 4. This is a nice hole running alongside the lake, which you can see on the left side, sorry, right side. And you have OB on the left, where you also saw the basket number 10, and also OB on the right, running alongside the lake. So on this hole, you would like to get a nice placement, so you could have a clear view for the approach. Not the easiest holes, but still a birdieable hole. Let's see the statistics. This, yeah, only 1 birdie for the round on this hole. Yesterday we had a little bit less wind, and yeah, statistics show that we had 5 birdies yesterday, so not the easiest holes. Difficulty on the course, second to last, or second to first in difficulty. As the 3rd hole, the open one, being the most difficult of Valgjärve course for this competition. So German Thomas taking pars from the last hole, and Siim with Juha taking birdies, and Juha with the first drive going with that Anheuser shot on the stable disc and landing it next to the usual tee number 9, as this usually is the tee box number 8. So that is a good place to be. You have a window. Nothing should be on his way for the second shot. Now let's see, Siim is up. He's going with the forehand. So you have those both lines here. And that is almost the same exact place for Siim. Now Jeremy also going with that forehand. And Jerm gets that nice skip. Hopefully it stayed in bounds. Yep, looks like that. He's happy with that. And he should have a really good view on the basket. Although there is still a lot of meters to go. Thomas with a big forehand. And looked like he, again, clipped one of the branches a little bit high, but not the worst place to be. And yes, here you can see the overall scores after 8 holes. Jerm and Thomas taking the pars and still in first and second place. Siem is up in fourth place with 7 under in total, and Juho Parviainen now tied for the seventh place with 4 under in total. And still Mikael Hakala from Finland, who's playing in the chase card, is 1 behind Thomas Rosenqvist. He's now in the third place with 9 under, as Thomas Rosenqvist is 10 under in total. But still, Siem is up, isn't that far away, only 2 strokes behind Mikael and 3 behind Thomas. And after them we have Silverleit and Albert Dam tied for the 5th place with 5 under in total. So they are still in contention for the podium spots. And as you can see from those discs, 3 of those 4 guys are almost in the same position, and you have that big window, but the basket goes a little bit to the left from those further trees, so you need a highest shot. As you can see, Thomas is throwing, but looks like he left a little bit too low or got a kick from a tree. Didn't quite understand where it landed, but now Siem is up. So on this hole you want to be a little bit further right after your opening drive to have that good view and that good angle to approach the basket, but this is pretty okay place to be. Another highest shot, and that is inside the circle. That is a nice one by Siem is up, and he has a chance to go for a birdie. Let's see what Juho comes up with. And he got kicked from the tree. Looks like he still has a long way to go. Probably around 40 meters. I'd look from here. And this is a good spot to be. Nice forehand drive from Jeremy. And Jeremy is nicely inside the circle and should be having a view for birdie, but looks like he's not happy with that. He wanted to be a little bit closer to the basket with that second shot. And while the men's league cardies players are moving along to take their third shots, let's see the standings in Women Pro Open division. Kristin Tatar in the lead with 4 strokes in front of Anneli Teuges, and third place Kaidi Alsalu, 10 shots behind Kristin and 6 behind Anneli. So looks like everything should be clear there, because ladies have only 1 hole to play and from our studio we already saw them approaching the basket, so if no big mistakes are made there, we should have the 3 best players decided already. But let's see. Men's league card approaching the basket. Number 9 to end that front 9. Thomas Rosenqvist. His 3rd shot. And looks like he has a view for the basket. A little bit wide. Hopefully it didn't go OB, because you have that OB behind the basket. And now we have Big Germ. Birdie putt. Should be having quite okay view, but might be some branches in front, and you have that OB behind the basket, so if you miss you might be getting an extra penalty. Let's see if he goes for that. He has a convincing 10 stroke lead. Might not have to go there, and he chains out. Fortunately stays below the basket, so that is a par for Jeremy. But after that kind of smashing opening drive, he wanted to get that birdie. Let's see, Siim is up. Should also be his birdie putt. And another weak side spit out. Putt's not going for these guys. Siim with a par. And Thomas stayed in bounds. And we have Jeremy and Juho under the basket. So next up, hole number 10, par 4, 146 meters. Again, you have that mandatory tree here on the left, and if you miss that, drop zone on the right. And this is a interesting hole. You would like to get as far away from that mandatory as possible, because the hole plays 180 degrees back and towards that lake, and that green is guarded by these tree trunks, and this is a cool view of that 10th green. So basically the first one, you just want to get a good placement. There is a opportunity to go wide, as you saw in that bird's eye view, but you could also leave it just behind that mandatory and go through that, let's say, shortcut. And there's that way, and a lot of players I've seen during these 2 earlier rounds have gone that way. So, but it's a little bit risky. If you clip those branches or get a back kick from a tree, you might be in that thick bush or that wooded area, and that is not the place to go. But seen a lot of players take that risk. And let's see if we might see a very interesting approach by Germ that he threw during the first round. Not gonna spoil it yet, but let's wait for it. And meanwhile, the ladies have ended their final round. Kristin Tatar taking the Valgjärve Open 2017 title with convincing 7-stroke victory over Anneli Tõuges. She took the second place, and Kaidi Alsalu third place. So women's lead card has ended their round, and now we have yes, that is almost yeah, that is the lead card of women. And yeah, here you see Kristin Tatar 16 over throughout the 3 rounds. Anneli Tõuges 23, Kaidi Alsalu 28, and Madli Vaht 33. And she dropped from the lead card to tie the 5th place overall. But now let's move on with the men's lead card on hole number 10. Juho Parviainen first out on the tee. And the whole lead card taking pars from that 9th hole. And Juho's ride stays in bounds. Should be a pretty good place to be for this hole. Now Siimisup looks like he's going high. High route. Yep. Big hyzer. He cleared the man though, look, by the looks of it. White flag, but let's see if he got stuck in those bushes. And looks like we will see that interesting shot by Jeremy. Forehand roller. And it works nicely. That is a nice one. Good place to be. 50 meters to go to the basket. But you have those couple trees in front, but shouldn't be a problem for him. And Thomas. Backhand. All 4 guys should be nicely in safe. And Jeremy having fun on the course. Why not? If you have a 10-stroke lead, why not? And as you've all probably seen a lot of footages from bigger tours, whenever you have Jerm in your pool, it is a fun time. And also, it is always fun to listen to the coverages commentated by Big Jerm. Really fun guy. He has now been a couple weeks in Estonia. 3 weeks ago he played at the Estonian Open, and now he's back for Valgjärve Open. Good to see those world top players playing the bigger tournaments in Estonia these last years, and hopefully we will have those tournaments more often next upcoming years. But now let's see, they are deciding who will go first. Looks like Juha is taking second shot first. And he's going with the hyzer route. That is the most common way to approach this basket. 2 hyzer shots and you should be under the basket or next to it. Thomas with that little bit smaller angle, nice hyzer shot. Hopefully it didn't roll too far, but next to those tree trunks you should still be in maximum 12 meters, maybe even less. So that is not a bad place to be with your second shot. And Germ also having that tight angle. Looks like he's changing the disc. Looks like a putter. And that is next to the trunk, the trees that are guarding this green from the 9th hole that we just came from. Now let's see if we could find Seam from the bushes. He's there somewhere. Looks like he already made it out as we are approaching the green of hole number 10. Seems like there is a little hold up on hole number 10. Seems like we are having small difficulties with the signal, but we are now back with the picture. I don't know if they are looking for someone's disc or the OB line. Looks like Jeremy is next to the tree trunks, counting the steps from the OB line. Seems like there's a little confusion with the OB rules or the line. It looks like Jeremy's first one to go. Jeremy checking the wind next to the basket, because the position he is in, the wind should be a little bit different than next to the basket where it's a little bit wider. Looks like that putt didn't go in. Small problems with the signal. Hopefully we'll get the picture back. And here we have Juho. And he left it a little bit low. And next up, Thomas. And that should be a nice birdie for Thomas after 2 pars and a bogey. And that should move him 2 strokes ahead of Mikael Hakala, who is still 9 under for the in total, and he is on hole number 11 already with the chase card. Team is up, tapping out, and this I think should have been his birdie putt. We'll see that later when the scores come in. But looked like he made only 1 shot from those from those trees after that opening drive, so should be a birdie for him and pars for Jerm and Juho. So we are moving on. Hole number 11, open field, par 3, 132 meters, and this is simply just straightforward, and the basket is at the end of this field. So we might see here both sidearm and backhand drives. Maybe a little bit more room for sidearm flex shot because of those bushes on the right side that might take your disc down if you go too wide with your backhand. That is, of course, if you are a righty player. And here we can see again big backhand by Jerm, but that's the issue with this hole, that if you go with backhand it might skip you a little bit too far to the left, and it usually gets stuck in your mind that the bushes are on the right side. But here you can see the scores after hole number 10 in overall. Jeremy Colling still in the lead with 20 under. Thomas Rosenqvist, after taking birdie on the last hole, now 11 under in the second place. Siim Isup 8 under in total on fourth place, and Juho Parviainen tied for the 8th place with 4 under.
Taavi, kas saad juttu, ma lähen vuksidele järgi?
And yeah, looks like Jeremy's not happy with his drive. And this is again a little bit in a open area where you have the wind affecting your shot, and looks like they are looking for a disc. Looks like it's Thomas's drive.
No. I'm gonna try to just find the basket as well.
And that doesn't look like a good place to be. He's struggling to find the opening. How to even get out of that place. That is a bad place to be. Let's see what he comes up with. And with Mikael trailing by 2 strokes, he has to get out of there with the least amount of shots possible. Looks like a tomahawk or a forehand.
Okay, coming out.
Some kind of forehand flick shot to get out there. High one, you got those tall trees in front of you. But that's nicely inside the circle. Good save. And he should be happy with that. Now Juho, long approach, not a bad one. And he's now on the 3-meter line. Next up, Jerem. And he hits the upper rim. Now Simi's up. Looks like left to right wind. And leaving it low. A lot of missed putts today. I don't know if it's the wind affecting those players, or is it just the confidence. Wind is clearly strong, but Thomas, that is a nice save from that position where he was. So to get a par from there is a really good one. You also tapping out, as do Seam and Jerem.
Thank you. Hitting too good at these bullseye putts.
So looks like no birdies for the lead card from this 11th hole. But we will move on with this 12th hole, and this is the hole yesterday Danish player Mats Smith aced. So there's always a headwind, pretty strong one coming from the lake. Par 3, 69 meters, and the basket is located on this old tree trunk. So if you go long, you will be putting heavily upwards, and that is not an easy one. Also, if you leave it a little bit short, you will have to putt. You can putt almost at the same level, a little bit lower, but still, if you miss, you will go long down, and you will have the next putt from that side of the lake, and that is already pretty low compared to the basket. OB behind the basket, so you don't want to go too long. And looks like Siim is thinking about tomahawking. We got a couple small trees in the way on that fairway, like a gate there. Let's see where Siim ends up with that tomahawk. That is inside the circle, but he will be putting upwards. And from that angle, you already saw how high that basket is compared to the disc. Thomas Rosenqvist wants that disc to come more left. He stayed short of the basket, but should be okay place to at least run the putt. But it all depends on the wind. Oh, with a nice drive, but also sliding down the little slope or the edge. So he will be also putting upwards. And Germ, nice forehand flick. And that looks like a good place to be. And here's C again. Overall scores after 11 holes. No changes in the scores after all players taking par from hole number 11. So Big Jeremy Colling still in the lead, 20 under. Thomas Rosenqvist trailing by 9 strokes in second place, and Mikael Hakala from Finland, who is playing in the chase card, he is 1 stroke behind Thomas and 10 strokes behind Jerm. Siim is up with 8 under in 4th place. And 5th place, Silver Light, playing in the 3rd card. He's 3 under for the round and 6 under in total. So he has only 3 holes to go. But let's see, Thomas Rosenqvist, birdie putt. Upper rim, and they roll also, so that will be almost the same distance to putt. And yeah, if you saw the flag on top of that basket, for him it was headwind. For Juho, it is now height difference and almost a tailwind, and that is a strong one. That is a hole where you always have a wind coming from the lake. And a lot of players, if they are over 7-8 meters, might go with a layup, but Juho doesn't know what layup means. He goes for that and gets the birdie. Now Siim is up, and then Jeremy looks like having a 4 or 5 meter putt from there. That is not a good place with that wind to be. Let's see if Siim still can make it. That will bring him 1 stroke behind Mikael in that 3rd place contention. And that is nice. That is a good putt. Birdie for Siim also. So now Jerm into the strong headwind. Let's see if he goes for it. He got a big lead. He might go for it. And he does. That is a nice putt. So 3 birdies, 1 par. Hopefully. Let's see. Thomas hasn't putted yet. And leaving that one low also. And that rolls down. That is a bad break. And considering that Mikael Hakala is only 1 stroke behind Thomas, they might end up tying after this hole if Thomas can make this one. And he lays it up. No, he went far away. Will he go for a layup now? Another low shot. Finally makes the putt. He has to rethink about that. That was a bad hole for Thomas. Giving up that second place to Mikael Hakala. As we move on to the hole number 13. That is a new hole on this course for Valgjärve Open. Par 4, 224 meters. And you have a mandatory tree on the left that we'll see in a moment. So this is the main way usually backhand players go on this field, and then you should have a, depending on the position, around 100-meter drive to the basket. Right side is safe, but you have OB on the left side just behind those rocks. And OB far away behind the basket. So we are waiting for the scores to update after hole number 12. And we will see the changes. One thing is clear. Thomas Rosenqvist drops down from the second spot. After, if I count it correctly, taking six shots. And C. Misup with birdie. That means we have 3 players in contention for second place. Although, yeah, the differences between them were small ones before that hole, but yeah, we got the scores. So Jeremy Colling in the lead with 21 under. Second place, Mikael Hakala, who is playing the chase card, now 10 under. We have Thomas Rosenqvist now 9 under in total. Sorry, 8 under. And we have Simis up 9 under. We will change that up on the screen. Here you go. And Juho Parviainen in 6th place with 5 under. In between them is Silver Light 7 under with 2 holes to play. So Thomas Rosenqvist with triple bogey on the last hole. All the other guys in the league group taking birdies. And that makes it interesting. So Mikael Hakala with 1 stroke lead in front of C. Misup and 2 strokes in front of Thomas Rosenqvist.
Minu jaoks on see puhas rõõm.
Minu jaoks on see jalutuskäik metsas.
Minu jaoks on see trenn.
Minu jaoks see on aeg sõpradega.
And we are back with the Valgjärve Open 2017 Men's Pro Open lead card. And Simisop with backhand drive. And he clears the wooded area and onto the field. That is safe. No OB on the right side. You can go as far as you want. And after that, he might have a around 100-meter approach to the basket. Let's see, Juho. Looks like it went a little bit too wide to the right, and that might be a bad place. And now Jeremy. Right away, he takes another approach to the tee pad. It's a bad kick from a tree. He's now in the middle of that wooded area. Not happy with that. And now Thomas Rosenqvist dropping down to the 4th place after that unfortunate 12th hole. And he has now Simisop and Mikael Hakala in front of him. And that's a nice drive. Also clearing that wooded area. Should be having nice view on the fairway to the basket. Let's see now where Juho's drive ended up. Meanwhile, Silverlight birdieing the 17th hole also. He has 1 hole to go and he has now climbed up to the 4th spot with 8 under, tying with Thomas, but he has played 5 holes more, so we will have to wait for the lead card to move. So Silverlight at the moment 5 under for the round, 8 under in total. Nice round from him in these conditions. Let's see now, Juho is taking another route towards the mandatory tree. And that way you will cut a long distance on that fairway. Let's see if he makes the corner. Should be okay place from this view. So you have to play the mandatory from the right side to clear it. And couple forehand players have played it from the tee box also with a flex shot to cut the distance, play it towards the mandatory tree, and from there just go with a hyzer or another flex shot. That way the fairway or the hole should play like under 200 meters, but in case you go that forehand route, but otherwise, as we saw earlier, the hole is 224 meters if you go that backhand corridor. Jeremy doesn't have the best place to be, and looks like he's lining up a sidearm. But we are once again approaching a open area, so you have a lot of wind there. And that is a nice clear shot from that position. Next up we have Thomas with his second shot. He played the opening drive the straightest way, so he has over 100 meters to go, but he has clear view. Hyzer shot a little bit short, but still almost inside that 10-meter circle. And now we will move on to see, yeah, we should get the third shot from Juho before we move on to Seems a Lie after his opening drive. Looks like another forehand roller. That is correct. Clears the OB, and he's on the fairway. But that was already his third shot, so probably not happy with that. Let's see. Seam is up. That is the longest drive I've seen during this weekend. But on this field, usually there is right to left wind, which makes you go a little bit wider than usual with your backhand if you're a righty, so you don't skip OB. And that's the shot Seam takes, and that should be inside green. Nice shot. Let's see, Big Germ thinking about his, which should be his third shot. Yeah, that is 4 meters from the basket. Should be okay place. And Juho with a Tai Chi backhand inside the bullseye. And let's see. We have Thomas taking his third shot, which should be around 20-25 meters. Probably 20 meters. And going over the basket next to that rock. Not happy with that. So Thomas Rosenqvist putting for par, and that's a nice one. And that should be also par for Jeremy. And Seam is up after that massive opening drive, putting for birdie. And that another missed putt. That would have raised him to tie this for the second place. And Juho should be taking bogey from here, so we will see the scores in a moment. Hole number 14, par 3 with triple Mando gate. You have to clear 109 meters, and basket behind this bush sloping a little bit down, but nothing that big. Should be a quite easy straight shot, or we might even see forehand shots. Here you can see Jeremy's a good guy to have you on your pool. Sharing information and not only playing for himself, he plays for the other guys also. At this tournament, he is in a confident lead by 11 strokes, so nothing to worry about. And giving some tips to Seam after that unfortunate missed birdie putt. That would have raised Seam to the second place, tied second with Mikael Hakala.
Yeah, it's like NASCAR. Yeah, it is. I think it was made by NASCAR.
So we are now waiting for chase car to move from hole number 14. And we got the updated scores from lead card. We'll bring them to you in a moment. And we are now starting with the hole number 14. Seam is up first. Forehand flex shot. And he got stuck in that bush after a kick from a tree. Let's see, Big Germ also going with that sidearm. And Jeremy Colling acing hole number 14. We know that Jeremy is usually the lucky charm to be in. If you're in the pool with Jeremy, there usually will be an hole-in-one, but by Jeremy himself, hole number 14. If you're playing that good of rounds, that's what you get. Another Sports Center moment, hopefully next week. And you saw it here on Delphi TV. That is unbelievable. And Juho Parvinen also with a nice one. That is inside the bullseye, but still, Jeremy Colling, hole-in-one with that run up to get that disc. During final round in the lead card with that big of a lead, and you get a hole-in-one. That is a Big Germ thing to do. Oh man, I'm lost for words. Let's see Mizuk with his approach. Left it a little bit short. So now Seam already taking third shot. Yes, it will be him. He left it a little bit too low and got hit that stump on the way to the green. So he has around about 12 meters to go with left to right wind. That will be his par save. And a little bit low, another bad roll. Hopefully not too far away. Thomas also just behind that 10-meter line. And he makes that putt. That is a nice one. Outside circle putt. Filling in that part of the stat sheet. And now we have Seamus up behind that tree. Unfortunate roll. Looks like he still has a clear view. Yep, that is right. Going for bogey par putt, sorry, and makes that one. So after Seam taking a bogey and Thomas with a birdie, they should be changing places on the scorecard. And Juho with a birdie. But Jeremy Colling with an ace, hole number 14, Valgjärve Open final round. That was a nice one. But we will move on. Hole number 15, par 3, 135 meters. Height difference, 4 meters. So the fairway slopes down. You have OB on the left side, going almost pin high, and making a round or behind the basket.
One. Let's go. One. Yeah. Green hit, bullseye hit.
And a big smile on Big Germ's face, of course, after that hole-in-one. Will be fun to hear what he's telling the pool members right now.
One time I did plan an ace. My buddy aced in the card, and I told him that I was going to ace just to take away part of his ace pool money. And so for the next like 4 holes, I threw ace run after ace run after ace run, and on the 4th one, I finally threw one, and I knew it was going in.
And of course, after that hole-in-one, Germ will be the first one to tee off hole number 15. But before that, as they are waiting for the chase card to move, we will get the updated scores, and it is nice to see on discgolfmetrics.com that yellow box with 1 inside of it. Jeremy Colling acing hole number 14, and he moves 23 under in total in the first place. After that last birdie, Thomas Rosenqvist now tied with Mikael Hagala for that second spot, 9 under. Seam is up tied for the 4th place with Silverlight, 8 under, and we have Juho Parviainen taking birdie from that last hole, and he is now tied for the 6th spot with 5 under in total. And already we saw Big Germ taking his drive from hole number 15. And next up, Thomas Rosenqvist going with a backhand. On this hole, you have both shots, forehand and backhand, but looks like Thomas got another bad kick from a tree. And Juho also going with their backhand. And also hitting a tree on the way. Let's see now if Seam is going with backhand. Yes, he is. A little bit low one, but that is good placement. That is inside the circle. Good drive from Seam. And he's still in contention for the second spot. So Thomas Rosenqvist and Mikael Hakala only one stroke in front of Seam Isup and Silverlight. Silverlight has only the last hole to play, and this lead card with this 15 hole have 4 more holes to go. Mikael Hakala should be approaching. Yes, we can see that the chase card is approaching the 16th basket already, as the lead card is moving towards the 15th hole of the basket. And first up we have Juha Parviainen. Juha again with a mid-range, and that should be close enough for a par. Nice forehand approach by Thomas. So now we have Big Germ and Seam Isup going for birdie putts. And Germ nicely making that one also. So as I told before, yesterday on hole number 12, Danish player Mats Smith aced that hole, and now that Jeremy's hole-in-one on hole number 14 was the second one of this tournament. And once again, Seam Isup leaving the putt too low. 2 missed birdie chances in three holes. That is painful. With those putts, he would have been in the second spot. Juho Parviainen made his par putt, and now Thomas Rosenqvist also on his par putt, as well as Seam Isup. So only Jeremy Colling taking birdie on hole number 15. As we move on to hole number 16, we have 3 more holes to go for the lead card, and here you can see hole number 16, par 3, 98 meters. Once again, the tee box is lower than the basket. Height difference of 7 meters. So now hole number 16. We will get the updated score soon, as the chase car has moved past this to hole number 17, and we will have Jeremy Colling teeing off for hole number 16. So at this point, there's no question about who is the champion this year. That will be this guy with another massive drive just under the basket. But the real contention, or the real battle, is going on for second spot. Next up, Thomas Rosenqvist. He's going with that Anheuser backhand, and he got stuck in a couple branches. A little bit short. And we have Juho Parviainen now, who is currently tied for 6th place. 3 strokes behind Siim Isup, who is in 5th place. And Siim leaving it a little bit too low, but still should have a clear view to the basket. And here you can see the standings after 15 holes for the lead card. Jeremy Colling 24 under, Thomas Rosenqvist 9 under, tied for 2nd place. Siim Isup with 8 under in 5th place, and Juho Parviainen tied for the 6th place with 5 under. Meanwhile, the 3rd card has ended their final round, and Silverlight, with a hot round of 6 under, has climbed up to tie the 2nd place with Thomas Rosenqvist and Mikael Hakala. So he now has to wait for these couple last holes, how these guys will end up. Siim lays it up nicely inside the bullseye circle, and he will be taking par from this hole. And let's see if Thomas is going to attack the basket. He has to. If he gets that putt. Oh, nice line, but a little bit wide. That would have taken him to the 2nd place unanimously. Now Juho Parviainen, his 2nd shot. That is around 11.5 meters from the basket. Nothing on his way. And once again, a little bit wide, so he'll be taking par also. But we have one guy taking another birdie. Thomas Rosenqvist with par. Same for Juho Parviainen. As well as Siim Isup. And now man himself, Big Germ, with another birdie, raising his lead. as we have 2 more holes to go. And next up, hole number 17, par 3, 93 meters. Hole sloping slightly downwards. And basket is next to that tree trunk. So as we are waiting for the lead card to tee off the hole number 17, we will get the scores on the screen soon. Jeremy Colling in big lead. No question about that, who's going to win this championship, this title this year. But we have a serious battle for the second and third spots. 3 players tied for second spot at the moment. One of them, Silverlight, has already ended his round. But we have Thomas Rosenqvist, Mikael Hakala still on the course. And here you can see Jeremy Colling, 25 under. Thomas Rosenqvist with 9 under, as well as Mikael Hakala and Silverlight. Siimisup in 5th place with 8 under, and Juho Parviainen 6th place with 5 under. And here we saw Big Germ, another nice drive just inside that bullseye circle. Should be another easy birdie for him. He's definitely on fire at the moment. Thomas Rosenqvist going with that straight line. Nice slide on that tree trunk, and he is next to the basket also.
So Jeremy, do your magic now.
17.
And Juho Parviainen, he almost went inside that trunk. Got stuck in front of that. And as we are commentating right next to the 17th tee pad, big laughs from the gallery and from the players. Don't know if Juho was telling the guys that he's gonna throw in that or he's gonna throw an ace. And now Siimisup. And that is short. Looks like a putter, which is an interesting choice for this hole. But yeah, a lot of players use drivers or mid-ranges to get that skip under the basket. But or looks like I might have seen wrong. No, he is there, yeah. He is a little bit short. Let's see. Looks like a backhand approach. And he has that little corner to clear to get it under the basket. Maybe even going for the long birdie. Yeah, that is a nice approach. Easy par for Siim, although he probably wanted a birdie from there just to tie it up with 3 guys at the second place. Although after that first drive by Thomas, he might be taking a birdie from there. And Johan just barely staying outside of that trunk. Would have been interesting to see if it went inside. And hitting that roof. That would have been nice birdie. Let's see where Thomas ended up. Yeah, he's right next to the bullseye circle. Just around 4 meters from the basket. And he makes that. So now with that putt, Thomas Rosenqvist will move to the second spot after Mikael Hakala has taken par on this hole, and he has only one hole to play, as well as Thomas has. But now Thomas is one stroke in front of Mikael and Silverlight. Par for Juho. And also for Siim. And we'll look at that. Big Germ, another birdie, which moves him 10 under for the round and 26 under in total. And here we have the last hole of this year's course. Hole number 18, par 4, 147 meters. Mandatory tree on the right, just in front of that corridor. So you will have to play from the left side, and then this nice elevated basket to end up Valgjärve Open 2017. We should already know who is the champion, but second, third, and fourth place, and also the next places are still in game. And this will be decided during this last hole. And as we hoped, we got a dry round, no rain during the final round, so only wind affecting, but that is pretty normal if you play in southern Estonia. And we are now waiting for the final results from Chase Card. After what, we will get lead card on their way to the last basket. So meanwhile, as we have time, let's check out the other groups. We already talked about Women Pro Open, where Kristin Tatar took the victory. Second place Anneli Teuges and third place Kaidi Alsalu. In Men Pro Masters, Mehdi Pukarabila from France taking 5-stroke victory in front of Raimo Kimmel and third place Raigo Kolub. Men Pro Grandmasters, first place goes to Lithuania, Raimondas Mikalkenas, who shot 19 over. Second place Arto Sepp from Estonia, and third place Miroslavas Jurgelevičius. And here you can see the overall scores for the MPO lead card right before the last hole. Big Germ 26 under, first place. Thomas Rosenqvist 10 under, he's currently in second place. And Siim Isup 8 under, currently 5th, and Juho Parviainen 5 under in 6th place. So at the moment Mikael Hakala and Silverlight in 3rd place, and Mikael Hakala still has the last hole to play. But yeah, coming back to the other groups, in Men Pro Senior Grandmasters, we had 2 players, and looks like Paul Kustala is the winner there after Anton Lettner has taken DQ from the last round. Hasn't come to the course. Juniors, we have quite interesting results from Denmark, and I hope I pronounce it right. Albert Valgjärve with the victory, 2 over par. Maiko Rimmel from Estonia, 3 over par in second place, and Jaakko Isop third place with 4 over par. So 1 stroke differences between first 3 players. So there it got quite tense. Now Big Germ waiting to tee off for the final hole of this year's Valgjärve Open. He has now aced hole number 14 and then 3 birdies in a row through holes 15, 16 and 17. And we have a par 4 in front of us to end this tournament.
We might be setting up the camera, I don't know. Make an intro for you.
And looks like just in time for the final hole. There's a little bit rain coming down as usual.
They're waiting for the sunny rain. Yeah, I know.
But
a little bit cooler rain.
better on the next hole than during the round. And we are still waiting for the scores from Chase card, and they have come in. So before the lead card goes on the last hole, we have information that Mikael Hakala has birdied the last hole, which ties him on the second place with Thomas Rosenqvist as Jeremy Colling tees off. He took a sidearm, but unfortunately didn't see where it ended up.
Nice, Thomas.
Looks like Thomas Rosenqvist is happy with that drive. He needs to birdie this hole to avoid playoff for the second spot. There, he's tied with Mikael Hakala at the moment.
Nice, Juho.
Looks like nice drive from Juho also. And now Siim Isop currently at 5th place.
Yeah, Siim.
And from this angle also looked like a straight drive. He's happy. It all comes to this. So Thomas Rosenqvist and Mikael Hakala tied for the second spot, but Thomas is still on his way. Silverlight with the hard round. Hard last round, 6 under for the round and 9 under for the total, is fourth. And Siim is up with 8 under, 5th place at the moment. And looks like there wasn't that much of a rain, little sprinkle, and these guys are safe to play the round dry till the end. Now Juho Parviainen looks like halfway through the last hole. Nice straight backhand. Now Thomas Rosenqvist, 52 meters to the basket. Low sidearm. That should be right next to the podium. Looked like he wasn't happy. Let's see if it skipped further away. And Germ right next to the 50-meter line. And he should be right next to the podium also. And this is where Siim Isop has put his first drive. 174-meter hole, and he should be just in like 30-35 meters from the basket. Lays it up. And we are approaching to the last couple shots of this tournament to decide mainly second and third place. And Siim Isop went a little bit further away on the other side of the podium. And this is pretty birdie putt for Siim Isop. And he makes that. Nice putt and nice way to end the round. 1 under par for the round and 9 under in total. Thomas Rosenqvist. Nice birdie putt, and that should seal the deal for him. Juho Parviainen tapping out, and they have left the honors for the last putt to Jeremy Colling, champion of 2017 Valgjärve Open. Jeremy Colling, 27 under par. And to end the final round with 11 under and 27 under in total, with acing the hole number 14. What a round. And that is Big Germ in his, I might say, prime. He played 3 really solid rounds, really good rounds. if we think about the weather conditions, the rain we had a couple times during 2 first rounds, and also the non-stopping wind. But we will wait for the final results to be updated, and after that, in few moments, we will proceed with the award ceremony. And yes, here we have the final results. Jeremy Colling, 11 under for the final round and 27 under for in total, taking the championship and taking home the title of Valgjärve Open 2017. Second place with birdieing the last hole, Thomas Rosenqvist, playing par for the final round, but holding his place, 11 under in total for the tournament. And Mikael Hakala from Finland climbing up couple spots, shooting 4 under for the final round and 10 under in total. Siim Isup and Silverlight from Estonia both 9 under in total and tied for the 4th place. And here you can see the final scores of today's lead card players. Juho Parviainen with 6 under in total, playing 2 over par today, and he is tied for the 6th place with Albert Tam. So this was the final round of 2017 Valgjärve Open. Thank you for joining the live stream. Thank you for being here, and yeah, you saw a nice hole-in-one and nice round from Jeremy Colling, the new champion of Valgjärve Open 2017. In approximately 15 minutes we will proceed with the awards ceremony. My name is Anthony Enden, and thank you for joining the live stream.
minu jaoks on see puhas rõõm.
Minu jaoks on see jalutuskäik metsas.
Minu jaoks on see trenn.
Minu jaoks on aeg sõpradega.
Minu jaoks on see tee.
Have you seen my sport? No. Okay, I haven't looking at the not one time. At least after